We're back. Play more of this. Hey, Ninja. We gotta get back to where we were before we can do that. But yeah, I think, like, post this, we'd save state in regular. So you can be aware of what it looks like when I save state. You won't see the full thing, but on the bottom left, that'll pop up when I do a save state. Do this. I think after this I might want to take a break from RPGs for a little while and just play shorter stuff. Which is a good thing for the PS1, because the PS1 doesn't have a whole lot of 100-hour experiences that aren't RPGs. Absolutely an issue in modern gaming. Nothing can just be 5 hours anymore. You know what could be a really good genre for that, Ninja? Metroidvanias. Some really good short Metroidvanias. When's Veilguard actually coming out? I've not been following that at all. Not since before it had a name. This Friday, wow. That room was pointless. Was there anything up in this direction? I should get to doing Dragon Age on stream. That is something long overdue. There's so much I want to do next year when we start doing everything. Oh, the Survivor trilogy, or did you pick up the Legend trilogy? Then we're after Veilguard. Well, if you picked up the Legend trilogy, actually. You could beat Legend, like, before Veilguard comes out. It's Sunday today. You could beat Legend, start it today, play it comfortably, like 3-hour session, play another 3-hour session tomorrow, and you'll be done. Very comfortable that way. You could absolutely beat Legend like that. Wake up in the morning with a hell at what you done. Life I go the one. I have them kind of all over the place. I have Definitive Edition and Rise on PS4. I have Shadow on Xbox. And then I have all three on PC on Steam. Yeah, I started the third one, I played about 2 hours of it and just stopped. I wouldn't mind doing the first one on stream, but I can't see myself ever going further. I'm not sure, like, if I streamed the reboot, whether I'd do it on PC or PS4. I need to do more research into whether the PC version or the Definitive Edition is better. I'm looking forward to the release of 3, 4, and 5. No, 4, 5, and 6 remastered. Really? I don't know what my most played PC game is at the minute. I was surprised to see, though, on my Steam history, that I have played almost 40 hours of Arkham Knight in the last 2 weeks. That was surprising. Didn't think it'd be that much. That is close to half of my total playtime of Arkham Knight on PC. Over 1,000 hours. Well, it feels like every time I turn Steam on, there's you playing Mass Effect. I don't think I've even started up Legendary Edition on PC. Or at all. I only bought it on PC, I didn't buy it on console. I've got the original trilogy on Xbox, why would I buy it again on console? You know, so did I. I actually have all the original games on Origin, and I think Legendary Edition on Origin as well. Chest. I'm aware of it, I'm gonna have to get it. But I picked up Legendary Edition on Steam for like £5. Like £5, so I just bought it again. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. That goes pretty cheap. Dragon Age Inquisition Game of the Year Edition has gone really cheap for a very long time now. Even on console. Not entirely sure why. Not like it wasn't positively received and like it didn't sell well. Let's go. Oh, this is a good item. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that all the problems that BioWare had with Anthem were present during development of Dragon Age Inquisition, and that the development staff really wanted it to fail to prove that the whole BioWare magic idea that EA management had just wasn't a thing. And you can definitely see it. The somewhat scattered ideas for a lot of it. It comes together surprisingly well, but you can see it. Well, since like it was a mandate at the time that every development studio EA had to use Frostbite. And up until Respawn put out Jedi Fallen Order, I think every game that they published from their studios had that. But like every studio's been working on it since, and the support for it internally has gotten better or something. It is. I think, like, Inquisition's development being rough, but managing to pull through, and then Andromeda's development being rough, and it not managing to pull through, and Anthem's development also being rough, and it not managing to pull through, really may have turned a bunch of heads at EA. The thing that was always kind of interesting to me about Anthem is apparently, in terms of gameplay, it does play well. Like, I've heard the flying controls are really good for it, and it's the best part of the game. It's just there's not really a game outside of that worth playing. Well, that's the entire party confused again. I've never touched it. Even before Anthem came out, I was against that kind of game to begin with. Every now and then there's a game that comes out where I'm like, okay, it's a live service game, but maybe I'm interested in it. And I've never dived back into one because I don't want to be playing a game for like 100+ hours. It's just going to be the most bland, repetitive nonsense. Like, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League goes a lot cheaper now, and I've debated being like, hey, what if I get Teak and possibly somebody... I could talk Teak into it, but what if I get Teak and possibly 2 other people and we'll do a co-op stream on it? But then I think about the game, and I just have zero interest in any of it. I don't want to do the loot grinding, I don't want to play through the boring gameplay. I don't want to play through that awful story. I did debate it with Avengers, like when Avengers was stopping sale. And it was like, okay, so we're going to sell it really cheap before it goes off sale. I was like, okay, I'll pick it up. I'll talk to a bunch of other people, get them to pick it up, and we'll do a co-op playthrough of it at some point. And I looked into it, and the main game, yeah, because I ended up telling Teague about this because I was looking into it, I had the same thought. The main game is not multiplayer. Multiplayer is completely separate from that. I was like, wow, cool, there goes all of my interest. And so it just sits in my Steam library and I've not touched it. And maybe I will for stream at some point, but I'm not going to be particularly enthusiastic about it. The really frustrating thing is, like, all the shit that people gave Gotham Knights, and having actually played it, it was genuinely fun co-op. I wished it was more like it. Like, open world superhero co-op game? And it still mystifies me that that game had no microtransactions, no season pass, no battle pass. You bought that game and the only DLC was extra costumes, and it was 1 DLC pack. That was it. I was looking at some of the footage last week, the Gotham Knights playthrough, and like just playing that co-op was a lot of fun. Being able to roam around and do your own thing while you've got another player with you. And not in like an MMO sense, where you've got other people. Like somebody you know who you've chosen to play with. Just roaming around. And it was a lot more fun than I expected it to be. That's not even getting into the way I appreciated a lot of the characterizations. Gotham Knights was so underrated. In a lot of ways. I absolutely... What was that? I got a soul gem, it said. Where is it? Gotham Knights was absolutely a game worth picking up. A game worth picking up, and I'm glad I streamed it with Teak. I appreciated it enough that I wouldn't be against doing another playthrough at some point. Yeah, I remember playing Gotham Knights with Teak, and feeling how well all of the ideas came together. And, like, it's worth noting, Gotham Knights isn't an amazing game. That's it. It's a good game. And, like, playing it and feeling how well all of it came together, the open world, the traversal, the multiplayer combat, how neat it was to do that kind of combat and have another person able to back you up who could think. Which, like, tying into when Klim was playing Final Fantasy XII and what I thought is the big issue with that game. The way that AI cannot react in the same way a human can in the moment when you need it. And, like, having another player doing that with you. Yeah. God damn it. Like, it was a lot of fun, and I'm really surprised that yeah, like how Chevrolet's stupid in RE5, or how no matter how well you set up your gambits in FF12, they'll never react the way you want them to, or the way that your party in Final Fantasy 13 would almost always make the wrong decisions. It's like when I was playing Final Fantasy 13, I would always, once I had the option, I would make the character I'm controlling the synergist, which does the buffs. Because the AI would not do the buffs in the optimal way. Hey, what's probably one of the smartest buffs to put on first? In my mind, haste. Because then you get everything else off quicker. AI would always do it last. Always. But yeah, it was, playing it was really surprising that nobody else has ever really... Fuck off. It was really surprising that nobody else has really done that. Like, open world co-op superhero. I think the closest comparisons maybe would be like Crackdown or Saints Row 4. But, like, it's an idea that absolutely has so much merit. Swear to fucking God with this. I love burning through 5 revival items in a single battle for nothing. My favourite thing to do in an RPG. And now she has reduced max health. I can't even go and buy more because the nearby town doesn't sell anything. There was the, I don't remember if it was rumors or a leaked thing or something, but it was some sort of idea that went around about a multiplayer, a co-op Spider-Man game, like a Spider-Verse thing, that would be somewhat connected to the Insomniac Spider-Man games on PlayStation. And the idea would be like it'd be a Spider-Verse thing where you could play as like multiple different spider characters in multiplayer. Do this more freely if the front half of this dungeon wasn't loaded with enemies that drain your MP. In a game that doesn't really give you any items to restore them. Yeah, I forget exactly what it was. There was something about it. Yep, that's all I've got. There was something about it. This can fucking pause, I'm not in the mood right now. Oh yeah, Spider-Man 2 is good. It is genuinely really good. I don't know if I'm actually going to pick it up on PC. Because I got it on PS5 and I played it and enjoyed it all well enough on PS5. One thing I really enjoyed about the first one on PC was modding new suits into it. It was honestly the main thing I enjoyed about doing it on PC, modding new suits into it. Spider-Man 2 already comes with basically all of it. All the suits that I really want. It has this really good idea where you can choose, there's 4 different suit colors for almost every suit, which is great. Like, there was one mod I had for the original on PC, where all it did was it took the Secret Wars suit and it recolored it. So instead of black and blue with red webbing on it, it was the traditional red with black webbing, and the big spider was black or red. I don't know, it was, I don't remember exactly. It was a recolor and it looked really good. And it made that suit so much more appealing, the Secret Wars suit. And essentially every suit in Spider-Man 2 has that idea. And it's got pretty much every suit I want. The exceptions would be like suits that aren't Peter Parker. Like, I really like playing in a Spider-Gwen suit in PC Spider-Man, or Mayday Parker, Spider-Girl. But that's really it, that's the exception. All of the suits that I want are pretty much in Spider-Man 2. So I don't know if I'll end up picking it up on PC. It's fine for me on PS5. Spider-Man The Great Web. Insomniac was working on a multiplayer Spider-Man game called Spider-Man The Great Web. It was ultimately cancelled. Game would support up to 5 characters in co-op mode, with a featured a variety of Spider-Man and Spider-Women, including Spider-Gwen, Spider-Man 2099, and Ben Reilly. And it was cancelled for whatever reason. Trailer leaked for it. I think post-cancelled. It's like, that would have been really cool. Shame that didn't happen. I hope you enjoy Spider-Man 2, though. Like, I enjoyed it. I look forward to streaming it at some point. Eventually. I still need to... You know, I have the thing with, like, doing stuff in release order. I still need to stream the Spider-Man DLC and then Miles Morales before I do Spider-Man 2. So that's not anytime soon. I recommend it. It's fun. It's a good evolution of the gameplay. For the first game, yes. Because the PC version of the first game is the remaster. It's not the PS4 release, it's the PS5 release. So it comes with, like, the new face, the improved graphics, whatever they are, all the costumes, all the DLC. I mean, you don't have to. You probably should, because you'll have to deal with that new face in Spider-Man 2 as well. There's an interesting argument I saw about why the new face is kind of an issue in the remaster. And that's because it's a new face that's working off animations for the old face. Which sounds reasonable, honestly, as a reason why it's just off. Because the face itself feels better in Miles Morales, where it would have been, like, the main... It would have been the only face they used. Yeah, it's fun to go through. I hope by the time I get around to streaming Miles Morales, they'll have patched it more. I remember hearing and seeing I remember hearing that it launched in a really bad state on console, on PS4 and PS5, and seeing some of the bugs. And then it came out on PC, and I played it, and, like, there was a bunch of stuff. I took screenshots of some of it and threw them on the Discord. And, like, it was rough. I hope they've just patched some of that since. Yeah, it was rough. One thing I did like about Miles Morales, though, and it carries over into Spider-Man 2. One complaint I really had with the first Spider-Man game was there's the option of stealth in a bunch of places, like the bases. Oh, take out everybody stealthily. And the reward you get for that is you still have to fight a bunch of waves. In Miles Morales, they have the whole thing where stealth is an option at basically every time. And I think they had to kind of do that because one of Miles Morales' unique powers, which sounds like a spoiler, but if you've seen anything of Miles Morales anywhere, like if you've seen Into the Spider-Verse, Miles Morales can turn invisible. So having that as an option would be... Your choice in terms of gameplay would be make it scripted or give the player the option to do stealth at any moment. And they chose the second one, stealth at any moment, and that makes stealth so much more engaging and worthwhile doing. Hey, how you doing, Sir? Yeah, it made Miles Morales, and by extension 2, much more engaging in that regard, I felt. We just have to get past this part, though. We already got here last time, Sir. And we got a bunch further than this, and then I died, and the game didn't have the common courtesy to offer a save point at any given opportunity. Oh, here's 2 dungeons back to back with awkward enemy lineups and quite a few issues. No save point. So we're doing this a second. Line and Blade, Conblade, Nap. Naps are great. Then the problem with a nap is like you just lose a bunch of the day. Do this again, where Gar gets a full heal and full AP restoration, and I don't. All I've been doing is napping? No. I have not seen that. I have no interest in seeing it. I've still not seen Venom 2. Also known as Venom 2, what other characters can we think of that have a relation to Venom? I love when characters counter-attack attacks that didn't hit. Fine. Erase your save there, poof. I was doing the original Suikoden last year, or the year before. It was a little while back. I was doing the original Suikoden, and my SSD fucked up on my computer, and I lost the save data for it. During it, was like midstream, not midstream, but like while I was doing the playthrough on stream. So I lost the save data for that, and we've not been back to it. I was doing the playthrough of Final Fantasy VI with Clem. I had Clem on here. We were getting Clem to talk about his various problems with Final Fantasy VI in depth as we went through the game, and we were one session away from beating the game, and I lost the save data because my SSD fucked up. So that was fortunate. There we go. Only had to use one healing item. Fancy the best of the 3? Maybe I'll watch it at some point. I don't know, maybe, because I've been watching a bunch of stuff lately. I've started collecting movies now. Because I don't know if I said it on stream, like, I started collecting movies I don't trust streaming services, and so often they don't have the movies that I actually want to watch anyway. It's like, hey, do I want to watch Terminator 2 Judgment Day? The answer is regularly yes. What streaming service has it? I think Disney Plus has The First and Dark Fate. And it's like, okay, I'll watch the first one, but that's also a different flavour to Terminator 2. I'm not watching Dark Fate again. Dark Fate was fucking awful. Half-Ass Tribute. Oh, in the third one. Right. Oh, the second one? No, I'll pick it up at some point if I'm interested. Oh, Terminator 2. No, I've got the director's cut now. The movies. So I have the first one, I have the director's cut of the second one. I have the Alien Tetralogy, Predator 2. It's like, hey, hit me up after stream, let's watch Predator 2 together. Watch party in the Discord. It is great. It's great to have them. It's like, you know what I did before stream today? I watched Dick Tracy. I have never seen Dick Tracy. I sat down and watched it, and boy, was it a movie. It was weird. It was unconventional. I did not understand a lot of the choices behind it, but it was quite engaging and it was very interesting. And I'm glad I finally watched it. Like, anything that I might have any level of interest in, anything that I could possibly use for later, anything that I might, like, if Teak and I end up... Oh, there's Teak. There's Teak. Like, if Teak and I ever do this podcast idea that we've been mulling over for a while and haven't gone anywhere with, is this a movie that we could be interested in talking about, then I've picked it up even if I'm not really all that interested in it. Which is why I have stuff like Super Mario Bros. The original. It's there. Like a lot of good stuff, interesting stuff, weird stuff. I think like the only stuff I'm really saying no to is boring stuff. On that note, what I did on Thursday, I was off on Thursday. Thursday, yes. What I did on Thursday, instead of streaming, I sat down and watched Blade Runner: The Final Cut for the first time in like 20 years, and then immediately watched Blade Runner 2049. It was a time. Oh, would you look who it is? Hey, doing, Sona? But you don't have Final Cut. I had Amazon Prime. I got rid of it when they said, hey, we're adding ads to this now. If you don't want them, pay more. And I was like, fuck off. But like they added Blade Runner on there, and I was super interested in watching Blade Runner on there. But it's the original, not the Final Cut. And I was like, no, we're not doing that. Just popping by. Thanks. I always appreciate seeing you, Simon. So yeah, Dick Tracy. But you know what else I've got, like, in the vein of Dick Tracy? The Shadow, starring Alec Baldwin. It's an interesting one. Like, if you're willing to go down the road of Dick Tracy and how weird and unconventional that is in recreating the tone of the original pulp stuff, then you'll probably appreciate The Shadow as well. Because it does kind of a similar thing in its own way. And it's really kind of neat. What I need to do is pick up The Phantom. The Phantom starring Billy Zane. The Phantom can be a hard sell because it looks stupid. There's like, you got Billy Zane in this big, it looks like a single piece purple suit. Like, goes over the head as well. Got like a small domino mask. And it looks goofy. But like, the movie itself is actually really fun. And the suit, when you actually get a proper look at it, the suit looks pretty good. It looks good in motion. It looks... It doesn't look like you would expect it to, like, just, oh, a single spandex piece. It doesn't even look like spandex. It looks like, Harrison. Like, Spider-Man 2002 came out, and, like, it was very true to the original costume, but gave it, like, a movie-level production value, with, like, the raised webbing and the reflective eye lenses and such, and it looked great. Kind of like that, to the Phantom's, like, purple leotard thing. And it's got, like, really nice-looking texturing on it, and it's a really good-looking suit, weirdly enough. And it's a fun movie, and it's got James Remar in it, and I'm always kind of like, oh, hey, there's James Remar. I appreciate seeing him in a movie. Probably because I'm weirdly attached to Mortal Kombat Armageddon Annihilation. Also Armageddon, but that's not a movie, that's a game. You're just gonna have to deal with that, Teak. I like Mortal Kombat Annihilation. It's terrible, and I like it. And in all honesty, it's also why I'm always like, oh, hey, there's Brian Thompson in something. I'm always down for. Which, if you're watching stuff from, like, the early to mid-90s, you'll see a lot of that. Wait. I'm sorry, I meant the early 90s to the early 2000s. Okay, we're not losing that progress again. Yeah, I like seeing James Remar and stuff. It's based on something good to me. Was it based on something good, though? Because I will contest that Mortal Kombat 3 is not good. I will contest that very heavily. Yeah, like, I remember watching The Warriors, and, like, James Remar's in that, and he looks so young, because he is, like, so young. It's like 20 years before anything else I've ever seen him in. Yeah, the original Hicks that was kicked off of Aliens for whatever reason. I'm not sure if I've ever heard the reason why they got rid of James Remar. You know what else? James Remar's him. Judge Dredd. There's definitely an interesting thing with Judge Dredd in that it's probably the most accurate Mega City 1 you would ever get on film. I feel like that is absolutely true. And like, while I very much appreciate Dredd's genuinely a really good movie, I do miss like the more fantastical element, more fantastical tone of the city. Because in Dredd, it's just like, more standard, like where we moved from now to then. Oh, Dredd absolutely has personality, but small scale is probably the best way of describing it. I think Dredd... Probably the best way of describing Dredd would be like... It's like a bigger budget version of those dark and gritty fan films you saw around the time. Like, if you remember that dark and gritty Power Rangers fan film that had Katie Sackhoff in it. It's like that, but if it was actually a movie. Speaking of Dredd, like, I should pick up the Raid. Has Dredd got a lot of comparisons? Yeah, Dredd got a lot of comparisons to the Raid. And I know why. I can see why. They were in development too close together for, like, one to have a real inspiration on the other. Like, the Raid is its own class of film that is absolutely worth watching. Like, I think one of the best things about... Fucking hell, if I'd got in this door, there was a save point here. I think one of the best things about not being super in-depth with foreign cinema is that the foreign cinema that you hear about is always, like, cream of the crop. Like, you've heard about this because it's so good for whatever reason. Like Train to Busan, like for you guys, it'll be like specific moments of British cinema. Like you'll hear about the best stuff. Like Shaun of the Dead, or Hot Fuzz, or 28 Days Later, or The Wicker Man. Yeah, the Raid and the Raid Redemption, both well worth watching. Especially if you're into martial arts stuff. Martial arts movies. Especially if you're into, like, John Wick. With those long, protracted shots of, like, intense martial arts choreography. Every now and then I'll go back to the, I'll go back to some of those fight scenes from the Raid Redemption. They're just fucking... It's interesting because I didn't like the second one. I liked the first, I liked the third, I liked the fourth. I didn't really like the second one. Yeah. The third one actually has two of the major actors from the Raid. Hey, how you doing, Isa? Like, the bad guy, his two apprentices, they're both Indonesian martial artists who, one of them was in both Raid movies, the other was in the second Raid movie. And they're both really good. But yeah, I think one of the big issues with the third one, and it does extend into the fourth one to a degree, is how, particularly with the ending of the third one, like, it feels like everything was so pointless and was just a very transparent setup to get fight scenes, which it is. But when it's so obvious that you can't help but notice it, it kind of suffers a little bit. Hmm. Oh well. Oh, you don't play Breath of Fire, Isa? This one specifically was recommended to me. My mod Bane is a big fan of them. And he said Breath of Fire 3 is really worth playing. Well, he also said he has a hard time picking a favourite between 3 and 4. That's a good song. Not really an RPG series I ever spent any time with. I played some of 4 when I was a kid. Like, not more than like 5 hours. Right, back to bed. I've seen clips of Nobody, I haven't watched the whole thing. With Bob Odenkirk. It's definitely one to have on the list. I will have to pick that one. Yeah, I've seen the boss scene. Oh, I'll tell you what, actually. You want an example of me being like, if this movie could possibly get us anywhere, Seek and I do this podcast idea. Pick 'em up. I picked up the sequel trilogy. The Star Wars sequel trilogy. With the possible intention of one day going through them and giving like a detailed discussion on the good and bad about them all. Bear in mind that I had to institute a rule at one point that we do not discuss The Last Jedi because it just kept on leading to extended complaint sessions. That's the best part of the best Mario RPGs, I see. It's like, how do you know if this Mario RPG is going to be good? Well, the first question to ask is Bowser a party member? If the answer is yes, then it's an immediate buy. It's why Clem won't play Paper Mario. Because Bowser is not a party member in the first Paper Mario. Against Mario 64. I don't know what it is with me. Move this on the fast, like, Jesus Christ. I don't know what it is with me, but I have gotten, over the last several years, just like so uninterested in playing Mario 64 ever again. And I don't know if it's a specific thing with Mario 64, as it is some sort of issue I'm having with Collectathon 3D platforms. I need to like really make an effort to try and get into them again. You have no way to play Super Mario World, Ninja. Are you lying to me? Ninja, if you want to play Mario World, just let me know later and I'll sort it out for you. One thing that's been kind of interesting to experience has been, I did stream some of it, but I didn't 100% it, like I usually do with my Mario World playthroughs. The widescreen hack for Super Mario World, which is pretty neat. So it requires a specific emulator. It's only supported on BSNES HD Beta. But, like, it's proper widescreen. Like, not stretched. It expands the field of view. It's properly hacked to allow stuff like enemies enter the frame earlier because the screen's wider. And so they're active earlier. And it's really kind of interesting. In a lot of places, it makes the game a lot easier. The exception to that is Soda Lake, where all of a sudden it becomes undeniably the hardest level in the game. Because that expanded field of view means that Torpedo Teds are now immediately active, and there are more of them than ever. I mean, I always recommend Super Mario World. Genuinely fun, easy to get into. How can I not see? Have the thing. Kind of thing. Tyson Bella. There we go. Thank you for follow, Tyson. Always Luigi. There are a lot of like genuinely fun Mario games. Mario World's always like one of the easiest to recommend. That's gonna need deal. It plays really well, it's colourful, it's got a lot of variety to its levels, Yoshi is there. I'm actually, for a little while now, I've been playing it on and off with Chance on Switch. So, I was thinking recently, I want to play a Mario game. It's like, I shouldn't play Mario World because I'm playing it with Chance. So I started up Mario 3 again. And like, Mario 3 is also a really good time. There we go. Oh, I did that wrong. Will that actually go in there if that switches like that? Yeah, it's pretty fun. I picked up Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Mario Wonder. I can't remember if Bros is actually in the title of that. But I picked that up a little while ago when I got my Switch OLED. And I've not done as much of it as I really should. But it's been really fun. It's got a lot of the creativity that was kind of lacking in the new Super Mario Bros. Series as that went on. Which were never bad. The new Super Mario Bros. Games were never bad. They became kind of stale is the biggest problem with them. If you played them over like a longer period of time, like if you did one and then you waited like a year or 2 years or 3 years and did another, like you'd probably enjoy them just fine. Like Wonders have been genuinely fun, and I need to play more of it. Oh, because of the music he uses for like however much time later. It's interesting because I usually think of if I think of any internet, any YouTuber, it's usually the Angry Video Game Nerd. Yeah. So let's go and rest, and then we'll push that box again. Yeah, because it's how I always remember the one fortress. There's one fortress that has a bunch of doors, and it's how I remember which door you need to go through. It's the 6th door. And I always remember that because AVGN's video on it, it's one of the things he uses as evidence that Super Mario Bros. 3 is the devil. And it's part of the whole, like, this joke throughout the video, and it's pretty fun. I fell out of AVGN years ago. Like, a considerable amount of time ago. But I also fell out of just, like, a lot of those older YouTube reviewers. And the way they do stuff. Like, every now and then I'll watch somebody like, Antfish and watch one of their videos, or Austin Eruption. And like watch one of their videos where they'll look through like a bunch of stuff at once, but they'll never get super in depth into any one thing. But by and large, for me, the stuff that I watch in terms of video game stuff like that, reviews and such, are more long-form essays than anything else now. The people will go in depth and talk about the creation, the history of the game, the way the game works, the music, the lore, the way all of it fits together. It's like, I have been making my way through a retrospective on the Kingsfield series. It's one video, and the video is over 3.5 hours long. Really ever knew from the Nostalgia Critic crossovers. I never watched the crossovers with Nostalgia Critic. I watched the Nostalgia Critic and I watched AVGN. I never watched anything where the two crossed over with each other. Yeah, stuff like that. It's not stuff I watch super regularly, because like the time commitment is usually a big thing. But like, if I've got the time to sit down and watch something that long, there's a lot of people that I do actually follow that do really good stuff. Dungeon Chill has been a channel I've been quite enjoying. Just put out a video today about Rule of Rose. Tango Mushi was a YouTube channel I found that's been really good. I found her through her Nightcry video. Because like, who the fuck was ever talking about Nightcry? I was like, you know what? I want to know how Nightcry turned out. It turned out awful. Yeah. Because I remember Nightcry. Nightcry was the supposed to be the spiritual successor for Clock Tower that was back through Kickstarter. But it disappeared. I knew it came out, but I never heard anything about it. And then a Tango Mushi video came up on it. And I watched it, and it was good. And then I moved on, and then something else she'd done popped up. And I can't remember what it was, but it was also something I was interested in. Let's see if I can find it. I am subscribed to her now. Yeah, like these long-form essayists, and one that I've been getting into recently, and like is the person doing this Kingsfield retrospective, Madular, been really good. Here, Tango Mushi. What did Tango Mushi do? And Hungry Ghosts. Yeah. Tango Mushi has done a lot less than you think. And a pretty inconsistent upload schedule. Well, good content. Good content. When you put something out, good content. What's going on here? But yeah, modular. There's always like 3 hour, 40-minute retrospective on all 4 Kingsfield games. There was some. I'm gonna have to open. This isn't the first video of his that I've watched. What was it? Darkseid. It was the video on the Darkseid games. And then I watched the video he did on Harvester. Which, like, I know enough about Harvester to satisfy me for my entire life. But every now and then I'll be like, Harvester. Where's that name badge I'm wearing? This is an interesting visual effect, looking at this. Because it looks like it's supposed to be like a transparent haze. But if you pay attention to it, it's not. It's not a transparent wavy haze over the ground. What we're seeing through it isn't the ground. That's the actual sprite. I wonder how noticeable that was on CRT. Slime Dragon? A Blood Slime Dragon? Oh, a Zombie Dragon. Man, I don't make it a habit to follow the orders of zombies. Not who I am. Avenge me! No. Dude, I hate a lot of people. If I went around killing everybody that I hated, then I wouldn't get very far in the world. Gotta learn to bury it deep down until eventually you snap and kill a lot of people. Or everyone. Yeah, why not? Oh, that's probably not going to be useful. That's what you think, Ninja. Wonderful, it damages and confuses the whole party. It's like this game wanted people to turn it off when they got to this point. And was like, hey, if you're not turned it off by this point, let's piss you off more. Yeah, I can't just cast life on the enemy. Still here? Fuck. I made a commitment and I've quit too many games lately. They're gonna poison? Yep. So that's an attack that hits everybody that inflicts confusion. That's an attack that hits everybody that inflicts poison. One game I don't regret. Question. Because like, I regret quitting stuff like Vagrant Story. Like, you remember how Vagrant Story went down? Like, I regret quitting that. It's always been in the back of my mind that, like, I should learn to play that game properly off stream and fully understand all of it, and then come back to stream and actually do it on stream. The Sinking City, maybe? Yeah, so it's just not going to be worth removing poison, is it? I did less damage than a regular attack. Yeah, the Sinking City, maybe. I do want to go back and do another stream of Iron Honda. I'd love to actually finish that game on stream. That's going to require a bunch of practice. I am not the same state as I was 20 plus years ago. Honestly, it's ultimately why I quit the Sinking City, because it was boring. The open world was just not fun. Roaming around, having to run between areas to get to your next objective with no indication of anything worth doing in between. And then when it turned out I was less than halfway through, it was like, I don't want to do this for another 15 plus hours. Alien Isolation, like, I do want to go back and do all of Alien Isolation at some point. Yeah, like, I remember why I dropped Alien Isolation. It wasn't fun. It wasn't enjoyable. Hey, Ben. Yeah, but my concern with turning Ryu into a dragon is that's going to be his AP just totally consumed dealing with that. Final Fantasy 1. I am going to go back to Final Fantasy 1, but I will just end up doing the PSP version like I always intended to do. Not even the Pixel Remaster, I'm going to do the PSP version. Final Fantasy Tactics. I really should just have the experience on tactical RPGs to feel like I can deal with that. I keep wanting to just do Tactics Advance off stream. I feel like that game's probably friendlier. Alright, Bane Surge Transform. Try this. It's undead, it should be weak to fire. Good. There are certain RPG conventions I appreciate being consistent, and when they're not consistent, it frustrates me. And undead being weak to fire is one of them. 7 per. Yeah, honestly, I never feel good about quitting a game on stream. All good? Yeah, probably is worth considering the massive health boost we get from transforming. Oh, that's gonna get rid of the transformation. Yep. I did have Gar ready to use the AP restoring item I had, but no, let's just hit him with confusion. And then the problem I have with using the Dragon Form is it then leaves my main healer without any MP to heal with. But it's absolutely a double-edged sword. If we can't end the fight before we lose it, it's a problem. What else was there that I've quit? Hey, you'd know. I'm sorry, did I not just line up a healing item to be used on him? Or maybe use it? No? Fine. Fuck off. Final Fantasy X has such an underrated design choice in that it will give you the turn order on the side. And it's such a good idea, and it's ridiculous that so few turn-based RPGs use it. Yeah, let's revive Garth so that he can die immediately. Yeah, Final Fantasy Adventure, I definitely regret quitting, and I do want to go back to it. I got a ROM hack of Final Fantasy Adventure. That I want to do. And the main thing that I appreciate about it is that it removes the thing Final Fantasy Adventure has where touching anything will make you automatically interact with it. Touching a character, you'll automatically talk to them. Touch a chest, you'll automatically open it. Touch a chest when it's open, you'll automatically look inside it, and it was such a bad idea. And so ROM hack removed that, bam, out. Make it much more interesting. I did quit Super Metroid, yes, I don't really regret that, honestly. I have come to accept over the years that I just don't like Super Metroid. I respect it for what it did, I don't enjoy playing it. There you go, it only took like 5 turns. And now they're both confused again, just in time. Yeah, Super Metroid is like with Majora's Mask 3D. It's a game that I should really enjoy. It's a game that's well regarded. And it took me a long time to just admit to myself that I didn't enjoy it. And like, I feel like I've proven myself as far as Metroid goes. Oh, football lad? Okay. Let us know when you're back, Isa. I feel like I've proven myself on stream as far as Metroid goes. Like, I've done Fusion so many times, I've done Zero Mission, I did Dread was... I did Dread Blind stream, and I did so well at that. Looking back on that final boss fight is like one of my favourite moments of me streaming. Of like the improvement every time I went up against it until I won. Like I've said before, like I love when you can see the visible improvement in my skills as we play. Blasphemous is something I do want to go back to. I really feel like I was in the wrong frame of mindset when I played Blasphemous. But it may turn out with Blasphemous that might just be another game I have to admit that I don't like. But I want to give it another proper shot. Same with Bloodborne. I really want to give that another proper shot. But with Bloodborne, I'm like, one more. One more try. What do we do? I think I've done Prime twice. I think I did the GameCube version. I did that one session playthrough of the Wii version, which regretted that because that left me in physical pain after I was finished with that. I did finish Bleach Soul Resurrection. That was a very short game. Not short enough to not be boring, but it was a very short game. Like anime, we didn't do much of, but I did 2 games for anime and I finished both of them. Bleach Soul Resurrection and Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. Oh, I have my own opinions on The Last of Us. I have quit The Last of Us, just not on stream. I haven't played it on stream. I have had the intention of streaming it at some point just to go all the way through it. So, like, I can beat it and then have a fully formed opinion on it, rather than being like, I played this for this long and didn't like it, and I think it's really overrated. Um, uh, I really do want to get to Prime 2. It's been so long since I did Prime 1, I should do Prime 2. Uh, I did a single session of Soul Reaver. Stopped. I was doing the Dreamcast version. I stopped in the Silenced Cathedral. Earthbound and Chrono Cross, like, oof. Those are both games I want to give a proper shot on stream. I've quit Earthbound before. I've not properly Chrono Cross. I've quit Earthbound before on my own time, and I really want to go back and do it all the way through so I can try Mother 3 with the appropriate emotional context. Because I've heard Mother 3 is just like genuinely fantastic. Chrono Cross, I'm curious about. Some people love it, some people really don't. So it's one of those games I feel like I have to play for myself to get a proper opinion of it. Is Icy back yet? Have the ads finished for Icy yet? I could say, like, subscribe to avoid the ads, but I am not streaming anywhere near enough to justify subscribe. Earthbound was boring. Yeah, I think Earthbound it's a very old school thing. Like you have to be into the Dragon Quest idea of the period, I think, and then really get along with the quirkiness of it. I've heard a lot of people find appeal in Earthbound because of its somewhat surreal depiction of suburban America, which is absolutely something that wouldn't translate to us, because very different culture. For that might be part of it. But yeah, I do want to give both of them a solid shot. I need to do Chrono Trigger first on stream. That's definitely a game I want to get to next year. Got the PC version ready, modded, locked and loaded to go. Um, all visual mods. Same with like Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster when we did that, when it was all visual mods to make it look nicer and more consistent and such. Genuinely frustrates me that the update for the that mod. the Record Keeper sprites. Because those Record Keeper sprites were really nice. That can't have gone on that one. You there, Icy? You back? Yeah, Chrono Trigger. Yeah. Shin Megami Tensei 1. We ended up quitting because it crashed a bunch. And like the intention has always been to do SMT 1. And currently I'm waiting for Chance to be available. Because Chance is interested in going through that with me. And I like doing SMT games with Chance. Digital Devil Saga, the New Game Plus playthrough, we've not quit. It is on hold. I do intend to go back to it. At the very least, we're going to have a solid shot at the Demi-Fiend boss fight. Super boss. Alright, well, let's just jump back into it. And immediately confused again. I always love that. Yeah, like, for the most part, I think almost everything I've quit playing on stream, I've regret for one reason or another. Oh, actually, look quick. I posted it on my Instagram, but I don't think any of you follow my Instagram, so you won't have seen it. But I picked this up. It's the official Nintendo Switch wireless Super Nintendo controller. They had them in stock, and I just grabbed one. I was rewatching Neryl's video on the teardown of the controller and how well it works, and I thought, like, let's take a look, see if they're actually in stock. They were. I ordered it. I didn't pay for delivery. I got free delivery. It arrived the next day anyway, so that was great. And I was playing around with it, and it's really nice. As you can see, it's the European version. So like all the buttons are convex, and they have the color scheme, nice color scheme. Very comfortable. It's very. It's as comfortable as a Super Nintendo controller was. It's very. True, I think is probably a good way of putting it. It's a Super Nintendo controller, through and through. Very official, feels very nice. So expect this to get some use next year. The possibility of the SNES days streams, and also, of course, there are 2 Castlevania games on Super Nintendo. So they'll be getting some use on that when we do Castlevania. It's such an awkward name to write out, but it does really flow very well. Castlevania. Super Castlevania 4, which we have streamed before twice. We'll be doing it again. And Castlevania Dracula X, which is rough. But at the very least, it sounds really good. I love Dracula X's soundtrack. Like, there are songs in Dracula X that they do come from Rondo of Blood, but I prefer the Dracula X versions of them. It's such a good soundtrack. So I've got that. I don't know if I've ever shown it on. Like, I have my official wireless Switch Nintendo 64 controller, which is completely unnecessary. I mean, the Super Nintendo one is unnecessary as well, but you think with the Nintendo 64 controller, like, you got to replicate the C button, and that's always a pain in the ass. I have a control layout that I've set up for Nintendo 64 emulation that is almost perfect. It's really good, it's very comfortable, and it hits almost everything. So this isn't as essential as you think. Like, it's still nice to have. It's also, like, you hold one of these again, and you think, what the thinking with this design? Have you ever had to hold a controller, like, slanted? You hold it, and it's like that. And that's the most optimal way to actually hold it. And of course, there are 2 Castlevania games on Nintendo 64. Plus, of course, eventual replays of Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, that I will do, plus various other Nintendo 64 games that will absolutely be worth playing. Mischief Makers. Nothing else. Just Mischief Makers, that's all I'm gonna say. It's not true. Like, there's a bunch of other stuff. Yoshi's Story, original Paper Mario, several Star Wars games, GoldenEye. Like, there's a bunch. And like, I got the Super Nintendo controller, and I was messing around with it, and like, it's really nice, it's really comfortable. The Banjo games, I'm not sure whether I would do the Nintendo 64 versions or the Xbox version, because the Xbox versions run at a more stable frame rate. Same with Perfect Dark. Like, I probably wouldn't play Perfect Dark on Nintendo 64. I'd play the Xbox instead. But yeah, I was looking at the other controllers that they offer, because they offer the NES controllers and the Mega Drive controllers. And I was like, would I want them? The NES controller is the most expensive, but it's because it comes with 2 NES controllers, and they have Joy-Con rails on the side, on like the tops of them, so you can slide them into the Switch. And I don't know why you would ever want that. But as a result, you can't buy one on its own. You buy a pack of 2, and they're more expensive that way. And I'd never get use out of the second one. Like, that's been holding me back from picking up the NES controllers. The Mega Drive controller, as far as the Mega Drive controllers go, like, I don't play Mega Drive stuff very often, because it's not something I ever really grew up with. There's not a whole lot of stuff I play or have any real interest in on the Mega Drive. And so, like, if I'm not going to play enough to justify the purchase, is it worth me picking one up instead of just playing it on my Xbox controller? The answer is, like, really no, but yeah, as far as, like, Banjo, same with Conker. Conker's a possibility on Nintendo 64. I need to look into how the version on Rare Replay works, like whether it runs any more stable. It's like pretty much all of Rare's games on Nintendo 64. Conker's frame rate is all over the place. But the version on Rare Replay is just an emulation of the Nintendo 64 version. Like, if it's not any more stable, I may as well just either emulate the Nintendo 64 version myself, or play the Xbox remake. Which isn't in Rare Replay for some reason. It's like the only game that Rare made that Microsoft doesn't have, that Microsoft does have the rights to, that isn't included in Rare Replay. Hey, how you doing, Silent Night? Of course it dies the turn after Gar dies. The experience he's not getting. I'm hungry. Yeah, like there's a bunch of Super Nintendo stuff absolutely worth doing. That I can justify that Super Nintendo controller with. Another playthrough of Super Mario World. Why do you do it, Mr. Anderson? I keep fighting. Believe you're fighting for something, for more than your survival? Can you tell me what it is? Do you even know? But yeah, another playthrough of Super Mario World, Secret of Mana, Secret of Evermore, Terranigma, Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia. Another playthrough of Zombie 8, another shot at Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Maybe pull Teak into playing Zombies Ate My Neighbors on co-op with me. Maybe pull everybody into playing Zombies Ate My Neighbors with me. There's a lot on Super Nintendo. All. Ooh, Malefic Power. Why was it called a dragon if it wasn't a dragon? Oh, another ball. Fucking... Dude, I've been in a coma for apparently years. I don't know a thing. Oh, I appreciate still being poisoned. I genuinely really like Hugo Weaving in the Matrix trilogy. Every time Hugo Weaving is on screen and giving a long-winded speech, he makes it so good. I think it's really, like, a major unappreciated talent of both Hugo Weaving and Lawrence Fishburne in the Matrix trilogy. The ability to give dialogue that is almost entirely exposition or nonsense and make it so compelling. Like, a significant chunk of the first Matrix movie is just Morpheus explaining things to Neo. It's great. Well, I appreciate that the very first fight I walked into after the boss confused me. Yeah, there was a point where I had, see, I could understand being against that Seek, but Smith feels like such a presence. Him being familiar helps, but he's also such a presence that becomes genuinely kind of terrifying, I think, in the Matrix sequels. Like, the part where he goes to overwrite the Oracle, and he's just chasing Seraph and Sati through the empty apartment building, is genuine horror vibes, and it's really good. There was a point where I had, like, Smith's two big dialogue pieces from the Matrix Reload and the Matrix Revolutions map, because I found them so compelling and engaging. The one where he confronts Neo just before the Burly Brawl, and the one that Ninja quoted after the fight in Revolutions. Yes, Ninja. Tastes like chicken. Oh god, you know what? That's a game that I quit. We forgot about that. I quit Matrix Path of Neo. No, there's so much in the Matrix Revolutions, and to an extent Reloaded, that kind of flies by so quickly without a proper explanation. I absolutely get where you're coming from with that. Oh, is this not the exit? Why can I jump down sometimes and not other times? I guess we're going back in. I mean, the bram, 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 bram. At some point, I would like to go back and actually do all of the Matrix Path of Neo on stream. But, like, the point I quit at, it does get really boring. It's kind of ridiculous. Most of that game is filler. And Enter the Matrix, despite being technically a worse game, is just way more interesting to play. Maybe I'll go back at some point and do a ghost playthrough of Enter the Matrix. Oh, I'll say one thing for Enter the Matrix, Ninja. I finished it on stream. Do that with Path of Neo. Yeah, I think with Enter the Matrix, more than anything, its big problems are the way it connects to the movies. In that, like, it had to be released by a specific point to tie in with the movies, which meant it couldn't get the proper polish that it needed. And also, like, if you watch the movies, you miss an important chunk of the story that exists only in Enter the Matrix. And that's frustrating. Because whenever I watch the Matrix trilogy, I don't want to also have to sit down and play through Enter the Matrix as well. Path of Neo is fine. Like, the first time you play Path of Neo, you'll probably enjoy it. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going through Enter the Matrix again. Certainly one of the video games of all time. You know, I actually picked up the Animatrix. The Animatrix is something I got. I feel like that went further down. I did watch, before I cancelled my Amazon Prime subscription, I did watch The Matrix Resurrections. They had The Matrix Resurrections on there, and I did watch it. Boy, is that a movie that just didn't really need to happen. It's such an odd movie. In so many ways. Like, it puts it right out front and center that it's a movie that was made because Warner Brothers was going to make a Matrix sequel. And so, I forget which of the Wachowskis it was, whether it was Lana or Lily, who came back and did the movie. And, like, the first half of it's a very blatant, like, this exists just because they were going to make another one. It was Lana. And there's some really neat visual ideas and neat updates to the Matrix concept for the modern world. Like, the way the doors have evolved. But it never goes into any of it enough to matter, to be particularly appealing. Neo is never really interesting as a character. Trinity is clearly the focus, but she's so barely in the movie to begin with. Morpheus is in the movie, but he's not played by Lawrence Fishburne for some reason. And from what I'm aware, Lawrence Fishburne wasn't even approached for it. There's an Agent Smith analog who is supposed to be Smith, reborn, but also is not played by Hugo Weaving. I think I heard the thing with that was Hugo Weaving had scheduling conflicts, wouldn't be able to do it even if... I don't remember if they asked him. Neil Patrick Harris is an interesting character, but again, like, he's a character that mostly exists to be a thing in a sequel. But then isn't. But, like, because that doesn't do a whole lot in the movie. And the sequel's never going to happen. And it seems like they're probably going to reboot Matrix anyway without the Wachowskis. They did ask Hugo Weaving. I don't know. Overall, like, it's there. There's worse things you could spend a couple of hours on, but there's also a lot of better things you could spend a couple of hours on. It's not boring, but it's not particularly entertaining. Yeah, the breaking of the fourth wall is failed video game talk. Of like, oh yeah, we're making a video game. The Matrix trilogy is a series of acclaimed video games, and they want to make a fourth one. Anytime they talk about that, it's blatantly just talking about making a fourth Matrix. It's like, eh. They talk about it a bunch, and then they stop talking about it and just do a fourth Matrix movie. Is what the fourth Matrix movie. Yeah, when they go back to Zion, but then the only person from the original movies that's still there is Jada Pinkett Smith, who is probably the only character who I would have rather we'd seen anybody else. Like, oh, what about the kid? Would have made more sense. Ghost would have been more interesting. Sparks. Soren. Who was the other cats in? The one that was a hard ass. I don't think it was Soren. I think Soren's one of the ones that dies. I think it's his team that takes on the mainframe that Trinity has to then go and sort in Reloaded. Like, really, just, like, Jada Pinkett Smith being in it is really kind of like, I don't want to see Jada Pinkett Smith. But that's really just a personal thing based on everything that's been happening. With all of that, of like, yeah, if we could just see less of her, because she's not particularly great to be with, that'd be nice. It is weird that, like, you can get 3 actors back from the original trilogy, and you choose Keanu Reeves, Carrie-Anne Moss, and Jada Pinkett Smith. Literally anybody else. Okay, we're gonna have Morpheus in here, but we're definitely not gonna make it Lawrence Fishburne for whatever reason. I don't. There's ideas there, like the opening with Morpheus, or like the remnants or whatever of Morpheus being an agent. Interesting idea, and then they don't actually do anything with it. Oh, this is going to be a mistake, isn't it? Yep. Oh, it does do damage, just not much. Yeah, maybe one day we'll do another playthrough of Enter the Matrix. Can I stream Enter the Matrix a second time before Teak streams it once? To be fair, I think the real question is, like, can I stream Enter the Matrix a second time before Serial streams it? Castlevania. Good. Being locked to one console has been an interesting thing this year. But it will be nice to be able to just do whatever next year. There's so much to do. Max Payne 2. The Fall of Max Payne. I mean, hell, pick any console. I'll probably have over a dozen games I'm interested in streaming at any given moment. I have Max Payne 1 and 2 on Steam. I don't have 3. And I will probably never pick it up on PC, because it'll mean I'll likely have to deal with Rockstar's launcher. Which is just generally enough of an issue that is like, I don't want to bother with it at all. I've had enough issues dealing with it in Grand Theft Auto 4 on PC. And with like Red Dead. At one point, I think I was going to start Red Dead Redemption 2 on PC. I was that depressed. I was going to start Red Dead Redemption 2 on PC. And it just gave me a bunch of bullshit with Rockstar's launcher. I was like, And I have Max Payne 3 on Xbox. Backwards compatible, I'll just play it there. Yeah, a bunch of launches of why I just don't buy certain games anymore. Like, I straight up will not buy Ubisoft games on PC anymore. Because Ubisoft Connect is such a piece of shit. There's the fun thing of like Mass Effect. The Mass Effect Legendary Edition, I own it on Steam. And it's like, you can play it on Steam Deck, and it runs apparently pretty well on Steam Decks. Fully playable, really enjoyable experience. The biggest problem with playing it, from everything I looked up about doing it, because I wanted to look into it before I decided to download an 80 gig file to a handheld, says that the biggest problem is the EA app keeps fucking crashing. Meaning that you can't play the game. Wasn't for that, I probably would have started the Legendary Edition on deck. Yeah. Yep. It's like Ubisoft making a big deal of putting Assassin's Creed Mirage on Steam. It's like, cool, still have to go through your fucking nonsense launcher, don't we? Excellent, maybe that's hope for the future. But Ubisoft, like, I straight up will not buy Ubisoft games on PC anymore. Like, it's such an issue for me at this point that I will not buy the Beyond Good and Evil 20th Anniversary Edition. I will end up buying that on console if I buy it at all. And I really like Beyond Good and Evil. Yep. Honestly, I think the fact that Steam allows it was an issue from the get-go. Because it was always going to eventually develop into nonsense like that. I don't want to buy Dead Space 3 on PC. Oh god, now you're gonna make me buy Dead Space 3 on PC, Ninja. I don't actually own Dead Space 3 on PC yet. And to be fair, the only way I'm likely to go through the third one is if I'm doing it co-op. I own it on Xbox. I think I own it on Xbox. I'll tell you what I do want to do, though, is, like, as far as co-op experiences go, I want to get a squad together and do Halo Reach. Halo Reach is like 4-player co-op campaign, right? I want to get like a squad together and do a 4-man Halo Reach run. I think that'd be beautiful. No, I appreciate that, Ninja. Outbreak certainly on the list long before Dead Space 3. I mean, we'll probably all get flame killed. And you. And me. It'll probably happen. Nope, can't go in there. Killed by a window. Stay away from the windows. It's funny to me that no matter how many times I do that first scenario in Outbreak, I still don't understand how I'm supposed to clear the gap. You jump from Jay's bar to the next building. I don't understand how you're supposed to do it. It's interesting that the spirit popped up to say, hey, don't kill Gar, but never turned up to say, hey, don't kill these innocent humans. Oh, the cross on. Well, not like the game's presented any other quest. Yeah, might as well go with you. I actually found out, I've been saying for the entire time, that when we got Outbreak and Outbreak File 2, we didn't, like, they came without online functionality for us. It's not actually true. Only the first game didn't have online functionality in Europe. The second game apparently did. Head east to Windia to recruit Ina again. It is what it is, Ninja. I think the biggest issue more than anything else is that File 2 is where the tutorial is. Hello. Controls a lot better, and then pick it up till years later. Oh, I remember this guy. I will say, I do prefer the European artwork for Outbreak and Outbreak File 2 to the US artwork. There is like super memorable. You telling me the zoo full of zombie animals isn't memorable? Or there's the scenario in the lab, the frozen lab, with the hunters that thaw out and you have to reprogram a Mr. X to defend you from them isn't memorable? Oh, it goes on too long. Eh. Maybe. Yeah. So I know the Tyrant ends up being in Nyx. And if you haven't detonated the bomb, then you can use it to... You can then detonate it while he's absorbed into Nyx. 2014. Like, is that the same scenario? Is that all one scenario? Alright, fair enough. So when was it shut down? Yeah. Well, then I can absolutely understand your complaints about being too long, Ninja. That's not even that long. It came out in what, like 2005? Private community. Much harder to gauge. Speaking of private community, private servers, every now and then I look at the private community recreation thing for Star Wars Galaxies and think, like, would it be worth the effort of setting that up and playing that? I did play a little Metal Gear Solid Online back in its second iteration on MGS4, and I didn't find it appealing. I never understood the point of it to begin with. PvP mode for... a PvP multiplayer mode for a stealth-focused game. A stealth-focused action game. Like, it just doesn't really work. It's like with the multiplayer for Arkham Origins, which was kind of a neat idea, but didn't really work all that well in practice. Where you had 3 Joker goons versus 3 Bane goons versus Batman and Robin. And playing as Batman and Robin was super hard when you're up against players who will look up and see you. It was also super hard to play it when the game required every slot to be filled before it started the game, and people would just quit if they didn't get to be Batman or Robin. I never got to play that like twice. Why would you have 4 colours and then have 2 of them be this? Just why would you have 4 colours and have 2 of them be different shades of the same colour? Red, green, blue, and light blue. Okay, was yellow not available? I didn't come here for this. Oh, you know what? I do appreciate that it lets you know which bar matters for wherever you're sending them. Like, that's nice. Probably should do another playthrough of Ujiari 4 soon. OG? No, I mean, remake. And I do want to do that playthrough of Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition. Money in the trees. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully now I can finally buy some supplies. That's something you wouldn't get on Super Nintendo. A lit cigarette. Yep, definitely buying that then. I mean, it's true. They censored it in Final Fantasy VI. What did they call them in stupid? Barbie, I think it was. And then I forget, like one version calls them Barbie, and then the other, other version calls them Darling. And I can't remember which is which. Like they have a lit cigarette in a cigarette holder, and like there's a smoke coming out of it. But in the Super Nintendo version in the West, there's no smoke. So like it's not a lit cigarette, but it's still very clearly a cigarette holder. Yeah, that'll do. Also do. Yeah, why not? Oh, I'm gonna have to pay every time. Alright. One thing I'm really getting tired of, though, in this game is how many text boxes it takes for any conversation. Tiger, you said. Oh, it's only a 2-point increase in power. Oh, I didn't say that. What are the chances that's the way to progress? I talk to you. Alright. Oh, I don't think there's anything else here, but we got supplies at least, which is what I was really after. See if we can find Ogre Road. That's the south. Go, there it is. Set up a camp and save, and then we'll head on out. Boy, I can't wait to have a full party again. Fascinating. Boom. Save. And then we'll head out. Tell you what I have been thinking about replaying lately. It'd be an interesting idea on stream. Final Fantasy. Well, this is in relation to everywhere else I actually know about. Is it really fair that it lowered his IQ when it missed? I'd say no. We'll get up there. Camera is you. Probably make a joke about Gar being just generally stupid enough that you don't need to lower his IQ. I feel like if a god tells you to wipe out a race because they're evil, and at no point does that race ever fight back, that you should maybe question it before you kill 200 of them personally. But that's just me. I thought. Thought you'd think by the 5th one. Like, these just, they're not fighting back. What's going on here? No, you almost completely wipe out the entire race. Before you think, maybe them not fighting back isn't a good thing. Following orders wasn't a good enough excuse for the Nazis to avoid repercussions for their crimes, Ninja. This is why we need to abolish genocidal religion. Can't indoctrinate if the religion doesn't exist. Absolutely not true. We can it wasn't religion, it'd be something else. What are we going to do with horse riding? When am I going to do a month of only Stardew Valley streams? I really should play more Tomb Raider Remastered. I haven't touched it in months. The guy looks very well equipped for a vagabond. It looks like he's wearing the same armor as the soldiers in the castle. Ethereal armor. Oh, I also have the Lord of the Rings Extended Edition trilogy. That's gonna be a day. Movies are a good time. Hourglass. Okay. It's crazy how low Gar's agility is. So Ninja, as one Mass Effect fan to another, can you see or hear the word indoctrination without thinking of the Reapers? Fence. Very good. I think when I do Mass Effect, I will do the male Shepard playthrough. Mostly as a contrast to all of you guys doing it, because you always do FemShep. And it's like, we should give Mark Mir some appreciation. I think it's one of those words that's around, but you don't hear it so much. And then it becomes an important word in something. And because of that, it starts to mean something to you, and then every time you see it, you know that it's there. And so it feels like it pops up more than it used to. I do like Mark Mir's performance. I think he does a good performance. I feel like the comparison is unfair because Jennifer Hale is just generally one of the best voice actors in the business. I appreciate that they chose this custom camera angle to very specifically block my view. That tiger's not wearing pants. I think he does the favourite store on the Citadel line better than Jennifer Hale does. I think he says "we'll bang" okay better than Jennifer Hale does. Let's go. And another shield. Thank you, Bane. What's your goddamn nose? Really irritating me. Yeah, Mark Mira is generally good as Shepard. Like, there's definitely nothing wrong with him. Again, I think it's just the unfortunate thing is the other voice actor is Jennifer Hale. I feel like we're doing enough damage that we don't need to bust out the dragon. Because it's not the end of the world, you know? I think the real question, no, Renegade in Mass Effect 3 is such a waste of time because of just how negatively it affects everything. Like, if you're being Renegade in Mass Effect 3, it's to prove a point more than anything else. Yeah, I think the question at this point is like, what am I going to do first? Dragon Age or Mass Effect? Or Jade Empire? I didn't get shit for that. I'm unhappy now. Start this playthrough as the universe's biggest cunt, and I'm gonna end this playthrough as the universe's biggest cunt. I headbutted a woman. Did you think I wasn't going to make sure everybody in the galaxy dies? I tried to save the universe. I died trying to tell people how much danger the universe was in. Then I came back from the dead, and people kept fucking ignoring me. So at this point, fuck all y'all. Thank you, Ben. Have you ever considered playing some of the other BioWare games, Ninja? Or maybe even streaming some of the other BioWare games? Always trying to talk flame into streaming Jade Empire. Not anyone's recommended. I recommend Jade Empire. I think Jade Empire is like generally a good game. I think with Dragon Age, a big part of it is like it's BioWare's other big series that they actually own. Because you can turn around and say something like KOTOR, where it's like Star Wars. Star Wars is a Star Wars cell. Like if you don't enjoy Star Wars or you do enjoy Star Wars, it's going to dictate whether or not you have any interest in this game. Jade Empire is owned by 2K for some reason, as far as I can tell. Fucking. And then, like, before KOTOR, you're ending up in, like, the old CRPG stuff. Baldur's Gate. I think they did Baldur's Gate 2. And then after that is, like, Neverwinter Nights and such. Yeah, apparently in the time skip, the other 2 fairies that were here died and were replaced with 3 other fairies. Good old KOTOR. Don't let my stream of KOTOR colour your opinion on KOTOR. The reason I was so bored when streaming KOTOR is because I've done KOTOR like quite a bit. Dragon Age 2 is divisive. I think part of it is always going to be like your mindset going into it. God damn it. Walk through the fucking path. Walk around this tree. Yeah, I enjoyed Dragon Age 2 well enough. The smaller scale was something I quite enjoyed after the world, or the country-spanning nature of Origins. Blue Goblin. You know who hasn't popped in today? Clem. Clem lurking? Am I calling Clem out? Clem isn't lurking. I'm calling Clem out. Where's Clem? Yeah, there's an interesting approach in Dragon Age 2. Like it starts with like, oh, you've got to escape from that one village in the first game that gets decimated by the Darkspawn, and then you spend the rest of the game in another country. So that aside from the first game ending in the resolution of the Blight, the other choices really don't matter because you're in another country. And any choices that do have any level of effect on Dragon Age 2 are mostly just for fan service purposes. Like, Alistair appears as either a king or a drunk. Mostly just for fan service. Ooh, a chest. Ooh, what does Gold Hairpin do in FF6? I don't remember, but I remember it's something you really want. It's something that's good enough that I was like, you know what, fuck Mog. It's gonna be for women, isn't it? Maybe. Only take into account 3. It's something BioWare shot themselves in the foot with. Not as badly as with Mass Effect. Like, the idea of carrying over choices. It's like, I can understand why it halves MP cost. Is that what it does? It might be what it does in 6. I don't remember. Right at this moment. I just remember that when I streamed Pixel Remaster, I sacrificed Mog to get it. Because I was like, I don't care about having Mog early. Like, I can understand your choices in Origins and 2 not mattering for Veilguard. Because by that point, like 10 years after Origins, and the only lasting thing that would really matter would be maybe who's on the throne. But the entire concept is something BioWare shot themselves in the foot. I will say, falling into that cave really gave me Final Fantasy III flashbacks. Because that's exactly how Final Fantasy III opens. Like, are we going to find a crystal in here that's going to give me the ability to change my job? Yeah, it's an awkward thing that BioWare knew was going to be a problem from Mass Effect 2's development. It's why Mass Effect 2 has so much less choices than Mass Effect 1 that matter. Because they got to Mass Effect 2 and realized, oh shit, we've got to account for all of this. If I do stream, well, I say when I stream Dragon Age, I need to let Ali know because I know she wants to see it, and she's not going to stream it herself. We'll probably kill the boss goblin quickly. Even then, though, like, Mass Effect 3, taking into account all the games, it's not as expansive as Mass Effect 1 made it feel like it would be. Like, they really narrowed down a lot of what that was going to mean. I think, in the end, the idea to go with probably isn't that developers should... Not that developers shouldn't make games with choices that mean something like this, that can make big changes on the world and such. It's that they shouldn't have these choices necessarily carry over between multiple games. Which is probably more attainable now. Like, have one game that's this big epic of a story like that. Rather than spanning it across multiple games. If you do want to span something like that across multiple games, the choices really need to be more condensed just to make them manageable. But when am I going to find the orthopedic underwear? What the fuck is this? There's one in Emetai's house as well. Like, what is this? It's gonna be a teleporter, isn't it? It's gonna be a teleporting sexton, isn't it? Oh, we made it through there, so let's camp up and save. If we're approaching Windia from the west, that'd mean we'd have to pass by McNeil first. Stop by McNeil. Go in there and piss on the mayor. Okay. Damn it, I wanted another party member and Nina's like right over there. Yeah, let's see if anything's going on in the farm. Hello, I'm a farmer. I might. Depends if you ask the right questions. Who's blade maybe I'm gonna... Yeah, there's only ever been one blade. There's only ever gonna be one blade. Yep, we just can't get away from McNeil. Might as well go and see the old house. The one that they burnt down. In spendthrift's one word for it. Would have said cocksleeve. May was quite a little cocksleeve. Yeah, I'll be here when you get back, Ninja. Oh, well, that looks interesting. They finally fixed the hole in the wall. Let's double check, just to be sure. You know, I don't think they did. I wonder if the fact that the man is haunted is going to come up. Oh, can't get him. Oh well. You think they charge more for the inn in the future? Oh, there was a path cut through the grass. Let's see where that goes. Just to more grass. Right. There is, but I don't think they have, like, extra large beds. Eh. Cool, is the special rate 0? I'll play as Gar. They have any good weapons? Still just shite. No. Hiding all the good stuff. Well, let's go kill that tiger. You see, the guard would protect you, but you've not been paying your taxes to the king. Into the mayor instead. Good enough. Yeah, we don't need to rest, let's just save. Alright, let's get out of it. I have a feeling the first place we should check is the old home. If Bunyan's still here. Wonderful. Old enemies. Gonkhead's irritated the hell out of me earlier in the game. What good's a boss goblin without anybody to boss? No. Yeah, well, we finally got a master. From the way that dialogue went, I assume I was supposed to get him as a master before I even left Cedar Woods. But boosting health, defense, and strength at the expense of intelligence and AP feels like it probably wouldn't have worked out super well for me, especially with the main character being the primary healer. Absolutely want intelligence and AP to go up. Weird that you'd put that here before the reveal that the tiger is probably most likely going to be Ray. You think they do that afterwards? So it's not to spoil that the tiger is most likely going to be Ray. Oh, there he is. How you doing, Clem? Fucking growl at me, I'll beat you in your face. Yeah, I'm doing okay. You can turn into a tiger. That's embarrassing for you, then. Huh. Given that he's just told us how weak he is, maybe it makes sense that he becomes part of the West Coast Avengers in a crossover. That's double shade. The shade to both Ray giving it his all and me kicking the shit out of him anyway, and the West Coast Avengers being shit. I know that there is a bunch of stuff like that, though, in MVC3. Bunch of little crossover stuff. Cameos in the endings. It's neat. I appreciate it. Would have been cool in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. If they'd had stuff like that in the story mode. Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite story mode was more enjoyable than it had any right to be. And it's a real shame that it was hamstrung by all the nonsense that went on during development. Hey, it's Flame. Ninja, ban him. How you doing, Flame? I will say, like, genuinely, continuing off what we were talking about in Ali's stream yesterday, once we finish this, I am genuinely debating dipping into Kingsfield. Like, probably not finishing Kingsfield, but, like, dipping into it. Show you guys the stuff I saw as a child. Then we'll have to... Ninja, you failed me. Like, there's an interesting thing in, like, my development of understanding of video game qualities. Yeah, I know. But it was called Kingsfield in the West, and that's how I refer to it. As Kingsfield. The same way I called the Genesis the Mega Drive. This is what it was called over here. Yeah, like, I've said before that, like, Bubsy 3D was the first game I played that I just recognized was bad. Like, Bubsy 3D was the first game I played I recognized was genuinely really bad. Kingsfield was a game that I played and I just didn't understand. I played that game when I was like 5, and I did not understand what was going on. Or what the idea of it was, and it was so weird. But I think it could be, like, really interesting to dip into. I do not expect to like, finish it. I could absolutely understand Myst. I have very vague memories of seeing someone play Myst when I was young, like very young, or maybe playing it myself at... Okay. Maybe playing it myself on a family member's computer when we moved, when we visited. But I don't have the old connection to Shadow Tower like I do with Kingsfield. Yeah, there's a few games like that that have kind of fascinated me over the years because I saw them at some point when I was younger, but not enough to know them or understand them, just enough to remember that they existed. And it's the entire reason why I have a fascination of any kind with Darkseid. Because I saw it once. As a kid, like, I think my dad was playing it. It's very distinctive. Strange. Yeah, I've never actually played Road Rash. That's interesting. Armored Core, never had the connection to... Never played an Armored Core before one of the ones on the PS3. And I feel like the only one I'd actually get into would be Armored Core 6, but we'd see. NDK is actually a game I had when I was a kid, and I finished several times. It's weird and crazy and a lot of fun. Don't forget the world's most interesting bomb. And the world's smallest nuke. We're naming a robot sex machine, not a man. with a penis gun. Seen Civi do a video on MDK and it was like, wow, I haven't thought about this in a long time. It was really kind of neat. What's that, Flame? Doom, Marathon, Journey. I've always been interested in the Journeyman project. Flame, do you think with all my vast and, like, varied video game knowledge, I would not know about Chex Quest? The total conversion of Doom that was given away free in boxes of Chex cereal? I know more about Chex Quest than I do about Chex. I don't even know what kind of cereal Chex is. Just look speechless. No, what was I looking at? I was... Chex-Mab, maybe? I don't know. A Mark 3D benchmark. Back when computers had, like, weird, interesting programs. Like, every now and then, I'd want to just see the old screensavers Windows 95 and 98 used to have. Pretty cool. Oh, it was an actual game? That's crazy for a benchmark. All technology is just so much more interesting than technology. You guys seen a tiger, man? Playable benchmark? Oh. Yeah, if you're interested, Clem, I have more good news. Chex Quest, the original developer of Chex Quest, released not all that long ago, a third episode for Chex Quest. Because the original release was just one episode, and then they put out a second episode, which I don't remember if it was available in serial or was a free download. But, like, it was there. But, like, the original developer recently made a third episode. Yeah, because it's built on, like, GZ Doom or something, isn't it? It is? I don't remember that in Toy Story. But if you've played Doom, you've played Chex Quest. It's Doom with different graphics. Really what the total conversion means. It always got me in that, like, Chex Quest was very well regarded for being a non-violent game. But the only thing that makes it non-violent is they say you're teleporting your enemies away rather than killing them, but the effect is the same. It's like, it's really no different from killing them. It's the same way as, like, in Batman the Animated Series. And the Joker would spray somebody with a Joker gas. And they'd be, like, stuck laughing, presumably forever, or stuck with the grin. And it's like, but they're not dead. And it's like, they fucking might as well be. Teleport them to hell. In Pizza Planet, in the first game, I thought the only level anywhere near Pizza Planet in the first game was the fight with Buzz. Yeah, it's Orching them, the name that they give to teleporting them away. Dude, I killed Balio and Sunder. Balio? Funny, because they said that she was a guy. I'm curious about how you got back to the castle on your own. Alright, let's see what we've got for her. Awesome. Oh, fuck am I? It does sound like something Flame would do, yes. Ah, I know where I am now. I've been having audio issues with the PC version of Doom. I'm sorry, with the PC version of Doom. So I think I do want to stream it, and like we tried to stream it a couple of times, and so what I could do for streaming is I could do the PC version, the PS2, the PS4 version, which I own. I could do that on PS5, or I could do the Switch version. I feel like the Switch version would be like more fun for me, not for you. Switch version, like the Switch version of Doom, the Switch version of Doom Eternal, and the Switch version of The Witcher 3 are entirely... Ooh, hello. Entirely the reason why. And like... stuff like Resident Evil ports being not great bothers me. And when people say like, oh yeah, the Resident Evil 4 on Switch has frame rate issues because the Switch isn't powerful enough. And it's like, motherfucker, Doom runs perfectly on that fucking thing. Doom runs at a really good 30 FPS on that thing, and it's fucking stable. Telling me Capcom couldn't maintain a proper 60? On a game from the PS2? Lazy. Tell me RE0 had, like, some reason loads slower on the Switch than it does on the GameCube, because the Switch just isn't powerful enough. I own Doom and, well, I own Doom and Doom Eternal on Switch, like both of them, and I'm happy with those purchases. They're good. They're genuinely fun to play. Honestly, if a game performs fine on the system, I'll choose the Switch over the PlayStation. There are plenty of games on the Switch because of that. Teague's been here the entire time. Just weren't paying attention, Flame. I should end stream soon so I can eat. True, Ninja has been here since the beginning. Both Ninjas, both. Been here since the beginning of the stream and the beginning of time. Yeah, playing, like, streaming the Switch version of and Eternal would also tie into my weird fascination with like, making you people watch like the worst versions of video games. Because sometimes the worst versions of these games are still genuinely good and worth playing. Like, if I ever do get around to streaming Mortal Kombat 9, I want to do the Vita version. It looks terrible, but it plays perfectly fine and has the most content. I'm still glad I streamed Arkham City on Wii U. Like, undeniably, like, the worst version of the game. With notable frame rate issues. But I'm glad I did it on stream. I bought and ported this to a Switch. Nothing but a box of scraps. Honestly, if you could buy the Arkham games on Switch individually, I would buy Asylum and City on Switch. Because like, since they've been patched, as far as I can tell, they are actually decent ports that work fine. The problem is they come with Arkham Knight. You can't get any of them separate. They come with Arkham Knight. Arkham Knight is a busted out port. Like, Arkham Knight was almost never going to work on the Switch to begin with. It barely worked when it came out on the systems it was made for. But, like, looking at Arkham Knight on Switch, it's ridiculous that anybody decided to release it in that state. And the patches have not helped. Crazy. But aside from that, like, I would absolutely pick up Arkham Asylum and Arkham City if I could just buy them. I don't know what the issue with that is. Like, every time I started streaming it to Discord, the game would just outright fucking crash. If I wasn't streaming it to Discord, it was fine. If the game was crashing as often when I was playing it on my own as it was when I was trying to stream it, I wouldn't have gotten 100% on it. It's a shame because there's some good mods there as well. There is one mod that I wanted that I couldn't get to work. When I put it in the game just straight fucking crashed when I tried to load it, which is a shame. But it replaces the Joker with the Batman who laughs. And I feel like it's the only time that's ever been appropriate to have the Batman who laughs in. I spent AP on that battle. Tell you one thing I want to do, though. Never had Origins. They should have put Origins on Switch. It should have been a collection of Asylum, City, and Origins. Although chances are Origins would have had issues still anyway. Who knows? What was I going to say, though? Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, though. Lego games. Absolutely want to get around to streaming some of those at some point. And, like, the one I'm thinking specifically of is Lego DC Supervillains. Entirely because I was thinking, like, what games is Owlman in? Because, like, you want an evil alternate universe version of Batman who's actually worth something? Owlman. Want an evil alternate universe version of Batman who hasn't been overdone? Oh man. Yeah, let's use the count. And LEGO DC Supervillains features the Crime Syndicate quite prominently. Oh, Gar wouldn't tell you what happened. Did he at least tell you that he tried to kill me? Given that you were speaking to more friendly terms, I assume not. I have actually been playing the Switch version of Arkham Asylum on my Odin, mostly just to test out the emulation of it. It's interesting. It's interesting to go through the emulation. Well, they have different names. And let's be fair, Crime Syndicate is not the stupidest name of a criminal group, of a supervillain group. I still think that goes to the secret society of supervillains. I like the Crime Syndicate. I wish they appeared more in DC media. Tiger, tiger, tiger. Yeah, they usually shorten it down, especially in modern times, to Secret Society. Yes, they did. They had. I've not watched I've not watched any Crisis on Infinite Earth stuff. I've not watched any of the Tomorrowverse movies, except the Superman one that started them. I still need to watch Justice Society World War II, and then like Batman: The Long Halloween and whatnot. But yeah, they did appear in that, but I think it was a brief appearance. And then before that, it was LEGO DC Supervillains. And I think before that, the last time they appeared in a DC media outside of the comics was Crisis on Two Earths, the animated movie. To be fair, Syndicate's spelled with a K, and it's the Crime Syndicate of America. Yeah, the House of Mystery is supposed to be, from what I'm aware, like a follow-up from Justice League Dark Apocalypse War. Of like, oh yeah, Constantine's just riddled with guilt. I've got all 3 parts of Crisis on Infinite Earths now. I have both parts of Long Halloween. I forget if I did pick up just a sight. I did pick up Green Lantern, the Green Lantern movie. Watch that though. It cost about. I did watch a trailer of it that came out a little while ago. I was surprised that Johnny Young Bosch is voicing Dancer, but apparently Ruben Langdon is like a no-go now. I didn't look into details of why, but... But I don't think I'm really interested in a Devil May Cry series at this point. We're acting all together. Checkpoint up north. Yeah, I'd been hearing some, like, not so great stuff about him. And his action. Yeah. But it wasn't something I felt like diving into. It's curious that they got Johnny Young Bosch of all people, though, because you'd think... Like, okay, so here's Nero as voice actor. Try and keep him away from just doing dancing. I feel like what Capcom or whoever the casting agency were for it. Like, they should have got Mark Mir. So what happened to Bayonetta can happen to Devil May Cry. Should have gotten Drew Coombs. I said they should have gotten Drew Coombs for Nocturne HD. The Nocturne HD is very, very specifically Devil May Cry 1 style Dante. It's weird hearing Ruben Langdon do that kind of stuff. I do like the old Marvel vs. Capcom art style. Like, even as far back as X-Men Children of the Atom, they had a really nice art style. No, there's absolutely moments in Bayonetta 3 where you struggle to even tell that it's a different voice. Jennifer Hale does do a really good job with it. I guess the thing with that seek is more like Batman has had so many different voice actors over the years anyway, but Dante had been Ruben Langdon in everything since the MC3, which at this point goes back almost 20 years. I do mean like everything. Devil May Cry 3, 4, Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Marvel vs. Capcom 4, the Devil May Cry anime, Cry 5, Nocturne HD. Really? That's curious. The why that is. It's curious. Yeah, there's no way you'd be able to separate Dan Southworth from Virgil. It's such a weird idea, like, okay, we want a different voice for an older, more mature Dante. But we're gonna try Virgil, and then if that doesn't work, we'll just bring you back anyway. Strange set of events. To be fair, as far as I've seen of that, because it's the Quantum Ranger from Power Rangers Time Force. As far as I've seen of the original show, the Quantum Ranger really was, in a lot of ways, especially in terms of the way his voice was projected, was Virgil. Only people in this world can fucking transform. I'm supposed to feel special for being able to transform into a dragon, but apparently everybody can transform. Well, I feel like Ray has really earned his place in the West Coast Avengers. Just took Virgil quotes and put them in the game. Alright, fair enough. Just like in Dragon Ball Z. My favorite with that is, in particular, like, when Vegeta sees just how easily Trunks transforms into Super Saiyan. It's like, has the legendary Super Saiyan become the plaything of children? Like, that's always funny. Gohan's really just mystified that Goten can transform into Super Saiyan but can't fly. Like, learn to run before you can walk. Yeah, older Dante would have been the best moment, bring back Jurikums. The MC1 Dante is still my favorite Dante in terms of personality. You can choose the party members to help protect Ray. Are you kidding me? Why is Ray being forced into my party when he's already dead? That is one of my favorite cuts in Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Like, I thought you had to be pure of heart to become a Super Saiyan. It's like, oh, there's more than one way to become a Super Saiyan. And it just hard cuts to Vegeta crying on the ground, pounding his fist, saying, I wanna be a Super Saiyan. I wanna. It's the best of all of the cuts they do. Uh, that's right. And guess what? I'm stronger now. Yeah, I think a lot of things are wrong with Dragon Ball Super, but Vegeta's characterization is not. You know what? I will give you that too. That is also, like, really funny. Okay. Let's see. I have Shadow. I have Fusion. I don't know what any of these do. Any instructions would be really nice. Yeah, I do think, like, it's absolutely Vegeta's character growth. Because Vegeta's sacrifice against Majin Buu is one of the best moments in the saga. And Vegeta's growth throughout the rest of that is great. Like, even at the end, like, even to the point where, at the end of Z, where he's willing to step down and let Goku do the kill, the pride isn't on the line anymore. Great character growth. And then Super continuing that, and Vegeta's earliest thing of, like, make a fool of himself to protect the people he loves, and then that doesn't work, and the explosion of rage at somebody else being hit by Beerus is just perfect. And Vegeta, like, later on, Vegeta telling Goku to fuck off because he can't go and train and do nonsense because his wife is about to give birth. He's great. Absolutely great character growth. Speaking of Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan Blue. Hey, for the love of fucking God, heal yourself. Nobody else is doing it for you. Thunder. Will this work? I didn't tell you to do that. I don't like the way you're saying that, Silent Night. It says Thunderclaw, but it can very clearly attack with his mouth. Can't use influence now, I'm a dragon. Can't believe you haven't learned anything else in all these years. Jesus fucking Christ, what is with this game? Well, not anymore, it won't. Well, that was a mistake. Press the load button. It loaded like fucking hours ago. I feel like the universe doesn't want you to do something. What was that, 5 minutes without swearing? I appreciate that Twitch keeps adding more and more nonsense to trying to get to point. Oh, I did bring back Kami Tens. A whole year of only SMT games. On to Pepsi, man. Absolutely. Maybe we'll continue this next year. Maybe I'll just take an extended break from Breath of Fire. And we'll just continue it next year. Did it with Final Fantasy IX, and I wasn't even angry at Final Fantasy IX. I just stopped playing it for like a year. And then we came back and finished it. And you know what? It was a good time. Good time going back to finish it. Yeah, maybe next stream, just Pepsi, man. Halloween is this week. Some nightmare creatures. You know what? If I leave this until next year and then come back to it, I'll load from this save, which will mean doing all of that again. So at the very least, let's get to the save point that was here. Well, the awkward thing about this week is I'm not going to be able to stream on Halloween. I am working on the 31st, and then 12 hours after my finishing time, I am working again. So I finish work, and then I have 12 hours to get home, sleep, wake up, go to work. So I'm very, very unlikely to actually stream on Halloween. But we will be doing Nightmare Creatures. Yeah, I never explored B1. I wanted to work my way up, like go into basement 2, check that out, and then go into basement 1. I don't care, Gar. But yeah, Nightmare Creatures at some point this week. Pepsi Man. If we don't get the chance to do it before Nightmare Creatures, then definitely after. And I want to do Spyro 2. I've been really umming and ahhing over Spyro 2 most of the year. And I want to get that done before we end the year of PlayStation. I messed up and accidentally pressed the button to load a save state. So we've lost the last 3.5 hours of progress. Really gotta be careful with the hotkey combinations. We had it happen a few times during the Final Fantasy IX playthrough, where I kept accidentally pressing the hotkey combination to restart the game. Was it restart or was it quit? Quit, it would just quit the game and go back to RetroArch. And the only reason that didn't cost us any progress was because I have RetroArch set to automatically save a state whenever I quit a game. Yeah, so I think we'll take a few years. So the time skip isn't a time skip, it's just a wait. And then we'll come back to Breath of Fire 3 then. And continue it. I really do want to play something other than an RPG. You can go back to sleep again. Gar can think about what he's done. I'm still hungry and could do with something. So I'll keep this on the back burner for a while. Let it sit. And we'll come back to it at some point. But yeah, coming up this year, the rest of the year, we are close to the end of the year. We've got 2 more months left of the year of PlayStation. So what I want to do Pepsi Man. I want to do Nightmare Creatures. I do want to do Spyro 2. There's the Christmas Eve stream. I've worked it out with the business manager at work that I'll have Christmas Eve off and I'll work New Year's Eve and New Year's Day instead. We get a choice at work, like Christmas Eve, Boxing Day, or New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. It's like, everybody seems to want New Year's Eve off, and I'm like, fine, I don't give a fuck, give me Christmas Eve off. I have a stream idea planned for then. So there's that, that'll be fine. That'll be fun. You guys will probably enjoy it. As for what else we can do this year, I'm not sure. Sparrow 2, I expect to be like 2 streams. If we stick to some shorter games for the rest of the year, I'll probably get through a good amount quickly if I just regular. Where is the list of... See my list of... all the year. Got my list. Yes, one. So possibilities, Ape Escape. Apocalypse, starring Bruce Willis. I do want to look at, like, take a proper look at Baroque at some point, but that doesn't have to be this year. Chicken Run. PlayStation Doom's still there. Remove both. I did. Private 2 would be interested in. The X3D. Ghost in the Shell. I should get Shell. I should get the movie. It'd have it. Ended up picking it up years ago on DVD. It was a DVD we just had floating around for like a long time. And it had like the original version and the 2.0 version that nobody liked. Whatever happened to that DVD? Yeah, Chicken Run was kind of Metal Gear Solid-esque. It's good. Jumping Flash. MDK. Power Slave, but I'll probably do the PC version of Power Slave, so that's on next. The remaster. Not the original PC. That is actually a different game. The remaster, Power Slave Exhumed. Dane, you would know that as Exhumed in this country. Which I do want a physical copy of. I've had Exhumed for decades at this point. Is it? Two, of course. Toy Story 2. There's a few things. No, Power Slave, the video game developed by Lobotomy Software for Sega Saturn and PlayStation using the Slave Driver engine. It's something of a first-person shooter Metroidvania hybrid that, curiously enough, predates Symphony of the Night. Genuinely fun game, really unconventional, even to this day, like really unconventional. There's not a lot of first-person shooter Metroidvania games. The remaster that came out, Power Slave Exhumed, is really good. If you're curious about it, I recommend it. It can do Clem if you want it to. OG Medal of Honor. That'd be a game I'd have to give a try off stream, see how well the controls have aged on that. Because some first-person shooters on PS1 have aged kind of well. Some haven't. Like, I'd be interested in playing it. Whether or not I'd finish it would be something I can't really give you an answer on without trying the controls. Blim, if you want 2 minutes to midnight on a video game soundtrack, play Vice City. On that note, actually, I've been considering the way to do some of those games that I'd be interested in. I would genuinely be really interested in doing like Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, the PS2 trilogy. The trick is really going to be about the music, because that'll get muted immediately. And the YouTube archive will also hit that. You can guarantee they will hit that. So if I do those, that's probably going to be like a one-night only thing. Come in, see the game. If you missed it, you will not get the chance to see it again. Which would be unfortunate. When I say like one-night only thing, I don't mean like I do them once. You get one section of it. I mean like you're there on the day I'm streaming it, or you don't get to see it. But like go through the entire game. I really don't think I'd be able to get away with uploading the archives to YouTube for that. Which would be unfortunate. Yeah, Vice City, my radio was always locked to V-Rock. But who knows, maybe we play Vice City, I'll take requests on the radio station. San Andreas, I will absolutely take requests on the radio station because there isn't a full rock radio station. The closest you get is Radio X, which is alternative music. And a lot of it I don't gel with. Like, yeah, there's Guns N' Roses there, and Rage Against the Machine. And there's just a lot of shit. So, like, take requests on that radio. And who knows, maybe we'll work our way up to Grand Theft Auto 4. A game I have never finished. Before that, though, Grand Theft Auto 3. A game I have never finished. Well, chances are you'll be here when I stream San Andreas Bane, so you will get at least one chance to choose a radio station. San Andreas is a sizable game. Maybe I'll just give one person control of the radio station through like an entire session. You know, think about that when we come to it. Or PS2 next year. It could. There's so much on PS2 worth doing wanting. In particular, because like there's a bunch of games that I'd want to do where like the best versions of them are not on the console, like this, like with PS1. I want to do Chrono Trigger, but the PS1 version of Chrono Trigger is undeniably the worst version. It's crazy to me sometimes that San Andreas came out in 2004 because it feels like it should have been 2005. Like GTA 3 2001, GTA Vice City 2003, GTA Andreas 2005. 2-year turnaround for each of them, but it's not. GTA 3 2001, GTA Vice City 2002. Yeah. Liberty City... Wasn't Liberty City Stories a launch title for the PSP? Those are games I've never finished. To be fair, those are games I've barely played. I do remember being back in high school and seeing somebody playing Vice City Stories on the PSP, and it just blew me away. Like, it was a console level experience on a handheld that you could put in your pocket. Insane. And like I've said before, but like I've always had a real interest in console gaming on a handheld. And so, like, when I got my own PSP and I could play stuff like Final Fantasy VII and Metal Gear Solid anywhere, it was amazing to me, and the idea of that still resonates with me. It might be part of why I switched despite its shortcomings. But yeah, in case anybody is wondering, GTA 3, Vice City San Andreas, the versions we would stream would be the PS2 versions because they have all the music. I don't care how much of a good state the definitive trilogy is in at this point. They've cut out a significant amount of the soundtrack, and not the game we grew up with, is it? Is there anything else worth talking about, discussing? Breath of Fire 3 will return. We're not cancelling it, it's going to go on hold. Pepsi Man, Nightmare Creatures, Spyro 2. The main reason, because I've debated starting Spyro 2 several times during the year, and the main reason why I haven't has entirely been the feeling of wanting to do it in one session, which I did with the first game, but also knowing that doing it in one session will absolutely wipe me out. But also not being sure of where a good stopping point would be to end one session to start another. Spyro 2 is absolutely going to be a 2-session game. I think it's 4 worlds, if need. 2 worlds split. Look forward to Spyro 2. I haven't done Spyro 2 in quite a while. That'll be fun. Anybody have any other quick suggestions for games for the year of PS1? Anything real quick? Anything actually serious and also not an RPG? Mega Man 8 is on PS1. I will say, actually, Clem, I doubt I would do Mega Man 8 this year. In particular, I would like to do the series in order. However... Oh, no, I don't think it is. However, I would like to, when I get to Mega Man 8, do the Sega Saturn version. I've mentioned before my disappointment that Capcom didn't put the Saturn version on the Legacy Collection. Particularly because it's undeniably the better version. I feel like before I like really dive into doing the Mega Man games on stream, with the exception of like 1 and 2, and to a lesser extent 3. Because I can jump into Mega Man 1 and Mega Man 2 and just do them. To a lesser extent 3. With the rest of them, I really should have practice. It's not like Castlevania where I've played these games so much and so regularly for literal years that I can jump into them and just feel comfortable playing them. I really should get some practice on some of those Mega Man games, especially 9 and 10. I have barely touched Mega Man 9 and 10. Colony Wars. It's an interesting thing, Ben, because you brought up Colony Wars a while back. And I tried playing it on stream. We had Colony Wars when I was younger. And I never enjoyed it. I tried playing it and I just never enjoyed it. And after you brought it up as something you would like to see, I did pick it up again and started it and tried playing it again. And it just, it didn't gel with it, like, at all. Which was really disappointing with Zoom because on paper, it's a game that I should really enjoy. And I just didn't with it. Maybe something to give another try. No. Or just move on to one of the sequels. There were 3 Colony Wars games. But no, as far as Mega Man goes, like, I've barely played Mega Man 9 and 10. Until the Legacy Collection came out, there wasn't really a good way to just pick up 9 and 10. Bane, I'm gonna give you a little spoiler here, but like, what do you think the Christmas Eve stream is all about? Why do you think I've been pushing Christmas Eve specifically? Yeah, fuck it. Nobody will really care. Yeah. My thought with the Christmas Eve stream, I'm always making fists with my toes, Ninja. The thought with the Christmas Eve stream has been, we just played the Die Hard 1 section of Die Hard Trilogy for a few hours, and then, like, afterwards, do, like, a watch party of Die Hard in the Discord. Like, that's always been my thought of, like, what we'll do on Christmas Eve. Maybe start a little earlier, play Die Hard 1 for a few hours in the Die Hard Trilogy collection, and then we'll just get together and watch Die Hard as Christmas rolls in. I hope Clem will be available for that. I feel like Clem will probably be the kind of person who has, like, family things to do on Christmas Eve and not spend his time in a stream, watching somebody stream on the internet. But I would like Clem to be available for Die Hard. If you missed the game, Clem, maybe you'll catch the movie. I always was partial to Roy Rogers myself. It's such a good fucking movie, though. Five minutes was definitely went 5 minutes swearing. Oh. have so much coming up next, though. Like the long-awaited Final Fantasy VII Rebirth stream. I bought it, I downloaded it, it's sitting on my PS5 right now. The first stream from the PS5. I haven't played it, it will be completely blind. The return of Star Wars month next year. Which, like, I'll probably pick up the Bounty Hunter remaster for, specifically for that. Because I haven't done Bounty Hunter on Star Wars month yet anyway, so there's that. Possibly Jedi Survivor. We'll see about that. Maybe I'll give that another year, but if I do, there'll be other stuff for Star Wars month. Horrorween will return next year. Like, look forward to that, like the full Horrorween experience once again. There's always stuff for Horrorween of interest to do. I will say one thing I would love to be able to do next year for Horrorween would be Enemy Zero, a Sega Saturn exclusive horror game. Which I've been very interested in ever since the Happy Video Game Nerd covered it as part of his video series on the D trilogy years ago, back when he was called the Happy Video Game Nerd. It always caught my interest, and the only reason I've not played it has been because Saturn emulation has been such a... But I can do it now. Played through all of Saturn's Symphony of the Night. Finally, and let me tell you, it wasn't worth the wait. I wanna... There's a bunch of stuff I wanna do, but I wanna branch out a little bit in terms of, like, the consoles I'm streaming. Not necessarily streaming from, but, like, emulating or streaming. Or, like, whatever, like, what consoles we're doing. I feel like I might have streamed more Wii games than PS3 games, which is kind of strange. Like, more Wii stuff would be nice. I'd love to do, like, Doris Tower. What have we got? We've done Switch, we've done a bunch of Switch stuff, we did some Wii U stuff. 2 Zelda games. At Arkham City we did. Done a bunch of stuff, PS. The Xbox? Just general Xbox? I don't know. I don't know. I suppose Saturn really is the big one. But, like, I've not done anything for it, and it's been an issue of limitation. Like, there's some stuff on there I'd be interested in doing. Panzer Dragoon. I would genuinely like to go through the Saturn version of Resident Evil 1. Princess Crown, the English fan translation just got released. It's a pre-release version, so it's buggy, but like it's there. Princess Crown is now playable in English. That's really cool. I'd love to. There is absolutely on Saturn MB. Who knows, maybe we can get Ali into one. by doing RE1 on the Saturn. Anyway, wrap it up. We're coming up on 5 hours when I was hungry 3 hours ago. So I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always best part of the stream. I do know about that, man. Only exists in the Chris campaign, weirdly enough. But as far as I can tell, it's not optional. If you play the Chris campaign, you have to fight that second tyrant. Which is strange. Also, a gold tyrant in the battle game, the zombie Wesker in the battle game. And we can also go more deeply into my belief that the Saturn version of Resident Evil 1 is the true origin of what would eventually become Mercenaries. But yeah, I want to thank everybody joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody enjoying the chat. That is always the best part of the stream. Ninja, Teak, Flame, Bane, Flame, Silent Knight. Like somebody. We did have a follower. I thanked for the follow. Tyson. Which doesn't display the activity section. Look, there's Tyson Bella. Yeah, thanks so much for joining the stream. And we return, depending on when we return, either Pepsi Man or Nightmare Creatures. But it will be one and then the other. Like, we will be doing both of them. So look forward to that. If you've never seen Pepsi Man, look forward to it. Because I think you will all enjoy it. It's strange. In a meme way. Will I be drinking Pepsi for that stream? No. If I can avoid it, I don't drink Pepsi. I don't enjoy it. Especially not standard Pepsi. Like, if I have to, I'll drink Diet Pepsi. But I don't particularly enjoy any. For a later stream. But yeah, Pepsi Man, Nightmare Creatures, Spyro 2, Die Hard Trilogy. And we'll see what else we have time for this year. But in the meantime, not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And we'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.